Hi, friends. Hello, hello. Uh, oh, I almost um broke my phone. But I'm so excited. Hello, hello. Um, guys, I'm so excited. We're playing a brand new game today, and not DVD. It's called Dark Trip. It's a psychedelic point and click horror game, and I'm super excited because the devs had reached out to me yesterday during stream, and they sent me the Steam key and everything like that. So I'm so excited to test it out uh on early access. This is a closed playtest, as you will. Um and I'm only streaming on Twitch tonight. So if you're a usual viewer on TikTok, um just know I am not going to stream it on there because I'm not sure what to expect at all, and they might restrict my live stream, so I'm not going to risk I'm not going to risk um I'm not going to risk streaming it on there. Um but yeah, I do have my chat open just for me to view chat. So um oops. Okay. But yeah. Also, Lemur, thank you for doing first and your LMU attendance and your daily latte. Thank you, thank you. Um, but yeah, we're gonna dive right into the game. I'm so excited. Oh, where's the game? Hello? Okay, there you go. I was about to say, I'm like, you better appear. But yeah, I'm excited. Oh my god. Okay. So these are our hands. Oh my god. Is that us? Wait a minute. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. I don't know what Cyclo is. The I don't know. No? I don't know what I'm messing with. Oh, Black Cat? Hello? Okay, so this is Crouch. Oh. Y'all, I'm scared. I'm very scared right now. Oh. Also, I feel like the game is very loud. Oh. Well, okay, well, it closed my game. Hello? Guys, I'm so sorry. Technical difficulties. So sorry. Technical issues. I'm still trying to figure this out, guys. I'm still trying to figure this out. Okay. Um, Okay, I feel like I need to adjust the volume so it's not too loud. I don't know what like the perfect volume is. So I won't know if it's like too loud or too low. Oh, okay, episode 1. A key. What am I using the key for? Oh, okay. 5260. Okay, before turning to you, we've conducted our own investigation. It led to my assistance to an abandoned mansion nearby. There he found that damned container, an envelope with a code, and a key. Unfortunately, he refused to work with us voluntarily, so I had to use force. I understand the task is dangerous, but refusing it will be even more dangerous for you. Olga's disappearance is wreaking havoc on my nerves. Your kind friend, Alexei Bikov. What? Hello? Okay. This is probably where we woke up at. Right there. On the bed. Okay. 5260. Oh my god. Okay. Um Experiment journal entry 1. Denpa, a psychoactive substance that alters perception and affects mental processes. It's the its use has helped me more than once. Even now, it has felt though I was trapped in my own little world. But just one pill instantly helped me find a way out. What seemed to be hopeless situation, now I see my path much more clearly. My dear friend, I accept your gift, truth, and I follow you through the open door. Okay. Hello? Oh. How do I take it? Oh, drink with Q. Leave the room by walking through the door or hold the right button mouse. Oh, I'm outside. What is that creepy man doing there? What is that creepy man doing there? I'm scared. I'm scared. What am I supposed to do? No, I'm scared. I'm so scared. What the hell? What the hell? Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Oh. No, I'm so very scared. Hello. Wait. Okay. Oh. Wait a minute. Hold on. Hello? Okay. Don't flop? Oh. Not you telling me not to flop. Okay, Olga is missing. I feel like in that first room I was in, like, is there a way for me to, like, go back or what? Oh. Oh my god. Also, Daisy, is the volumes really loud or no? Um, the game, I should say. I don't know if my like voice volume is good, but okay. Oh wait. Oh my god. Am I supposed to use this for the front door? Guys, I'm very scared. Gives amnesia vibes, yeah. I'm not sure what to do with this key though. Like, what am I supposed to do with it? Oh, okay. I think it's a spirit box. Oh, not that. Y'all, I'm telling you right now, I feel like something is about to like come out. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, also imagine if this masked girl was Olga. Just saying. Okay. I can't handle another plot twist. Listen. Oh, okay. I can't turn that on. Okay. Wait, what am I supposed to do? Oh my god. Oh, not the Nazis. Hello? Okay, so what am I supposed to do with this? Okay, so green. Am I supposed to like turn this on or what? Wait. Wait a minute. What am I supposed to do? Okay, so... Oh, there you go. Okay, so green... Wait. So green... Okay, wait. Okay, well, clearly... Wait a minute, what am I supposed to do? Okay. Am I supposed to, like... What am I supposed to do with these? Like, and how am I supposed to turn this on? That's the problem. Yeah, so why can't I open this door? Let's see. Wait. Guys, what am I supposed to do here? I can't grab this again. And I'm trying to, like, point to... Okay, so... Wait a minute. Am I supposed to, like, do something with this? I can't go back outside. Um... Oh, wait, the drawer. Ah. Oh my god, a key. Let's freaking go. Wait a minute. But what is this key for? Oh my god, we're smart. Okay. So, let's see. What am I supposed to be doing? Hello? Okay. Okay, so flag and oh my god, guys. Ah. Hi, lemur. Okay. Um, an item found? Okay. What am I supposed to do here? Oh, okay. Oh, well, what are these voices? Oh my god. Wait, why isn't it letting me? Okay. Hmm. Wait. Why can't I grab this one though? Wait, why is this open? Can I can't I can't open this. Okay, let's try this again. No. Wait. Okay, well, why can't I do that? 3L. Wait a minute. Wait, what does that even mean? Okay, what am I looking for here? I don't know what I'm looking for. Yo, I'm telling you, this is gonna be a struggle bus. Okay, but the door says here 3L or LE, maybe? Oh. Oh my god. Okay, I need to find out. Oh my god. I don't know. I don't know what to do here. Something to do with like an electric chair, but okay, number three. Wait. Okay. Who the fuck is that? Hold on. I just heard a woman crying or whatever.
That evening, you were so beautiful that I
Where did she
that
where did she come
I
from?
don't you dare. I held you to the bed with leather straps and began to study your little. How beautiful is your inner world. Oh, your sinews, your heart and kidneys. Your veins were filled with scarlet blood like the banner of my leader. That evening, I penetrated into your essence. I have penetrated your heart and looked into your young brain. Alas, he was empty of thoughts and only pulsated slyly. You left me in this world and wasted your time. Farewell. Oh, how beautiful is your inner world. Oh, your sinews, your heart and kidneys, your veins were filled with scarlet blood, like the banner of my leader.
Who is she?
That evening I penetrated into your essence. I have penetrated your heart and looked into your young brain. Alas, he was empty of thoughts and only pulsated slyly. You left me and this world and wasted your time. Farewell. Oh, how beautiful is your inner world.
Hmm. Wait. Um. Hello? She's gone. The girl's gone. Oh, okay, okay, okay. I'm supposed to do these in order. Okay, so two. Okay, so two is a square. Square. No, I did not mean that. Oh wait, actually, yeah, I did mean that. And then a line down here. Wait, hold on. Okay. Oh my god, he looks ugly. Okay.
How beautiful is your inner world. Oh, your sinews, your heart and kidneys. Your veins were filled with scarlet blood, like the banner of my leader.
Oh my god. Hi, my shrimp.
I penetrated into.
Who's this freaky mama in the chair? Girl, I don't know. I have no idea. Oh my god. Wait, what's this? Okay. What am I supposed to do? Oh. Oh, okay, girl. Oh, everything is confident. Yeah, right, right, girl, right. Okay, so what am I supposed to do? Um, oh, oh, road? Oh, okay. Oh, what am I supposed to do here, Mama? Oh, that was easy. That was crazy. Okay. Oh my God. Guys, that was kind of, I don't know. I don't know what to expect from that. Go to the lab. Thank you for playing the demo of Dark Trip. More characters are coming soon. Stay tuned for the full experience. Guys, I'm kind of like stressing out. Like, I'm still trying to like wonder who she is and like how I can like escape and stuff and whatever, but oh my God, girl. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna USA. We're gonna do the little playtest feedback. Um, let's see. Okay. About like 10 to 30 minutes. Flat, no VR. Okay, the graphics were really good. Um, like the sound design, I feel like the sound could have been lowered, so I could have just I'll save it as like a 7. UI was the UI could have been better. I feel like as far as I don't know. I feel like there could be more. So I'm gonna give the for the core gameplay, there could be more. So I'll give it an 8. Story plot, 8. The controls were kind of confusing to me, so maybe I'll give it a 7. I, like I feel like it was too short, so there could have been more. I didn't try the pill mechanisms like that much, so I guess um um okay. Okay. I that demo was very interesting. Like, I don't know. I can't give it, like, it was only okay. Um, solving puzzles. Mm, I okay, so the whole plot, I guess, was, like, to escape and, like, also find the girl, but, like, I don't know, mama. Um, okay. So I feel like the part that felt the weakest was the like story clarity, I guess, but like I'm like um wait, I can't spell difficult. Ooh, that's okay, my elixir. I have to head to bed, but have a great night. I love you. I miss you. Uh, no, because I didn't use the pills that much. Hello? Um, okay, I'll give it a 3. Uh, I'm gonna give it mixed. Minor. Okay, I'll give. Okay, so I just gave my feedback, but I also feel like I could. I'll probably play like a different game because like that felt a little too short. Um, so I'll probably play some Stardew or something. But yeah, that was very interesting. I don't know. Um, Nexus mods. Okay, let's see. I need to like log into Nexus mods because yeah, girl. Yeah, that was like some of the things were like very confusing. But also, let me put Elixir to bed. Yeah, but I don't know. It was kind of confusing with like the controls and stuff, but I'm like, no, girl. Like y'all I feel like that was just not very I don't know. I feel like they're like the horror aspect, if they want it to be like a psychedelic and like horror aspect, like I feel like they could do better on that part, but like I don't know. But overall, like it was actually really good with like solving puzzles. I feel like, you know what I mean? So like I felt like that in that aspect, yeah, it was a really good game. Hi, my Jimenez. How are you? Okay, so we're gonna play some Stardew now. I think they could be better, but um wait. And I also felt like the solving puzzles was really easy, so I don't know. Oh wait. Um Oops. Okay, hold on. Wait, I need to figure out what mod I need to update. I forgot. Um I need to figure out what mod I'm gonna update for Stardew because your girl needs to update her mod to play. Would I also would I recommend playing Dark Trip? Sure. But at the same time, I felt like it was also like kind of easy to like figure out a lot of things, but like also kind of confusing at the same time. So, but also overall it felt pretty good to play. Something different. Um so yeah. Let me also like download this mod real quick. Let me download this mod and then we'll play some Stardew. I could play some DBD, but I don't know. I'm kind of DBD'd out today. Uh, let's see. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Stardew. Where are you? Oh, here. Where are you? And I'm so sorry. Okay, let me also play some music too, because I don't want to sit in silence. Doing awesome. Just finished brushing your teeth and taking your medicine and drinking water. Ooh, okay. Good job in taking care of yourself, Jimenez. I love that for you. Mm-mm, 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 you don't bother, answer, bother. I said to her, let's see, to carry.
But now
Um,
you have been promoted. You are now one of
my
my elite
elite
employees.
employees. Uy, thank you for this 20 stream streak, my Jimenez. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's see. Hold on. Mm-hmm. Wait, view. Am I Pluto? Pluto, I just finished doing the thingy. You were not first. You were not first. You were most definitely not first, Mama. But okay, if you say so. If you want to lie to yourself. Over here talking about I'm first, guys. Girl. Okay. I'm gonna give my honest opinion. I wish it was a little bit more scarier. And, like, I kinda wish that they gave the instructions a little bit better as far as, like, moving around and stuff. Like, they did, like, the basic controls, like WASD and, but I kinda wish that the controls for, like, the other things, like grabbing things and stuff were, like, a little bit more explanatory. And, like, the UI was kind of like I felt like when, like, the UI was kinda confusing too, like, when, like, looking for, like, items and stuff and whatever, but f for the most part, it was pretty interesting. I also feel like, aspect of, like, the horror game, like, it being, like, a horror, like, psychedelic game could have been, like, a little bit better. But overall, it was pretty good. Also, let me switch to Stardew. Um, Let me switch to some Stardew, actually. And let me put my PNG tuber on the other side. Let me put my PNG tuber on the other side. Um, but yeah, overall, it was an interesting demo. Um, I am not gonna I'm not gonna deter. Like, I kind of wish it was also like a little bit longer too. Because it, like, felt like it was, like, very short, in my opinion. Because like, most demos, depending, it usually, like, takes, like, an hour to figure things out and stuff, depending on, like, what the demo is and stuff. But I felt like it was, like, really quick, and I felt it could have been a little longer, but
Welcome to
that's
the
just me.
room of infinite
That's that's
bullshit!
just me. That's just me. Raven, thank you for redeeming your daily latte and clocking in your attendance for LMU. And the 4-month resub. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Um, yeah, but I feel like you could check it out. I can send you like an invite to like test it yourself and like see how you like it and like what your thoughts are. But um I can, cause like, I can, like, send, like, 3 invites to people, like, 3 different people. So, if you wanna check it out for sure, cause I don't wanna, like, deter you from, like, trying it and then, like, just based off, like, my thoughts on it, like, I want other people to, like, at least give it a try to and, like, obviously, like, I wanna, like, cause the release date is October 29th, so, like, I wanna make sure, like I wanna make sure that people, like, can actually, because there's a lot of people that will enjoy something like that, like, in solving puzzles and stuff and whatever, um but yeah. Oh, no, you it did show your 4 months, Raven. It did show your 4 months. You put uh oh, you know what? It's because
But now you
I
have been
had the alerts
promoted.
off.
You are now one of my elite
I had the alerts
employees.
off, that's why probably. But I did see it in chat. And thank you for that stream streak, 3 stream streak. I feel like I'd be more of a watcher of that kind of game than playing it, TBH. It said error for me. Oh no. Let's see. Sorry, I don't know why it automated you for saying I'll hit you up about it. Hello? But yeah, let's see. Hold on. But yeah, that girl, let me also turn on some of my sound alerts too, by the way. Hold on before I forget. But it did it the first time, Raven, because it's been glitchy for a lot of people. So it did give it to you for your subiversary. I still can't emote after typing in chat. Wait, really? Oh wait. Try to like close the app. Are you on mobile or like uh or what? Okay, let me turn unpin that. I'm on mobile. Okay, so I'd say like because there was a recent update, Raven. So try to like close the app completely and then like update your app and then um so force closing it doesn't work. Yeah, there's a mobile update today. So I'd say update your mobile app and then come back. Um and then come back. It happened after that. Oh, really? That's so weird. But I see the sub badge next to your name, so I don't know. Mobile is just being mobile, I guess. I updated it and then it did it. Oh, can you still use your emote? Can you like use an emote or no? Also, I did bring back the alerts, by the way, guys. I just didn't want to like get the alert spam during the gameplay and stuff, but so I did re-enable them. But I don't know what I'll do my new farm, I guess. But yeah, that's so weird. That's so weird, Raven. I was gonna go live on TikTok tonight, but I'm like, nah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm like, I don't feel like going live on TikTok. Like, I'm practically tapping on an emote and it doesn't even register that I'm tapping until I leave stream and come back. That's that's crazy. I think it just might be a Twitch thing. Also, check to see if your phone might need updating. Also, too, or like restart your phone, like force restart. That could also work too. But that's just a solution. But I can type the emote. That's interesting. Yeah, because like I can actually see the emote like that you're using. Like I can see the emote, like even if you type it out. Oh, not you, not you coming in here, Demetrius. Okay, let's do mushrooms. See that one it's not showing the emote, but like it's oh that one oh did that one not work? No. Um but yeah, let me know, Pluto, and I can like if you want to like play it. Cuz like I feel like playing a demo for like your community like to show something different other than DBD, like they might enjoy it. I hate it here. I'll be right back. Okay. I don't know if you're still here, Pluto, but I kind of responded to your comment late. Oh my god, you guys are giving me a lot of mail to look at. Okay. I'm gonna see if there's a phone update. Yeah, go check for your phone update, Raven. Temptation. Temptation. I wait temptation. I y'all, can I be honest with you? I used to have a crush on Ty Dolla Sign. I used to have this like biggest crush on Ty Dolla Sign, and I'm like, I don't know why I like had a crush on that man, but I'm like, I did. And then I seen a video of like someone saying that he looked like Jar Jar Binks, and I couldn't unsee it. And after that, I was like, nah, I'm good. I don't like you anymore. I'm like, I don't like you anymore after they said that. So I was like, I can't have a crush on this man, and people are calling him Jar Jar Binks. Like they literally did like a side by side photo of Ty Dolla Sign and Jar Jar Binks. I'm like, y'all did him so dirty. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Um, I still need to meet Eli and Lonnie. Downloading update, so hopefully that fixes it. Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully it fixes Raven. Who am I supposed to okay, Lonnie, Eli. Who the fuck is Eli? Also, I guess it also just depends on like the kind of phone you have too, because like sometimes it'll like not like okay, I need to like find where this Eli guy is. Wait, where the fuck is Eli? The bits are messed up for you too? Wait, really? I don't. Mm, they shouldn't be an issue. I don't know. But yeah, they shouldn't be an issue for you, Raven. I don't know. It could be just a you issue, but I don't think there's anyone that else that might have the issue. But hopefully after you update your phone, it should be able to work. For me, it has the emote screen and I can't cheer. You hate Twitch right now? I don't know, girl. I don't want to like have someone else like test it out to see if it works, but I'm like, it should work. Cause like you resubbed earlier and it said that you did your 4 month resub. I'm seeing it in my activity feed, so I don't know. I don't know, girl. Oh wait. I have to meet 3 more people on. Okay, so it says I have to meet Lonnie, but like, mama. Oh, wait. Is Lonnie at her house? Sorry, I'm not one for introductions. Oh, girl. Like, if I leave stream and come back, I can't email until I send it. Oh, that's so odd. Yeah, it says moon is up here, but like, mm, can I not meet moon until like, where the fuck is Eli? Now it won't register and I'm clicking the email. I don't know, girl. Because like the emotes that you just sent are working. So maybe try updating your phone and see if that'll work. Mm, mm. So every time I emoted, I left and come back. I don't know, Raven. It could be your phone too. And like you just updated your Twitch mobile app, right? Subway sounds good right now. I actually haven't had Subway in so long. Okay. The only other option that I can like make for you is to log out of Twitch completely and then log back in. But that's just me though. Oh wait, you know what? I'll just put this bamboo pole. Irid iridium pole. Because it asked if I loved or hated here. Oh, I uninstalled and reinstalled and it's still doing it. No, like I'm not saying like to like uninstall and reinstall. I'm like telling you to like log out of your account completely and then log back in without uninstalling. But it can also just be your phone being the problem. And like even if you updated it, it logged you
What
out.
are you doing in my swamp?
My learn. Welcome in, Raiders.
What are you doing
Hi.
in my swamp?
Welcome in, guys. Hi. How was your guys' stream? What were you guys up to? You guys were playing Pokemon Pokopia. Oh my god. For those who don't know me or don't know who I am, I'm Lola. I'm a variety streamer. I mainly play Dead by Daylight Monday through Wednesday. Thursdays we play Phasmo, and Friday we play our story-based games. And right now we're doing Resident Evil every Friday. Um, but we do play other games like Genshin Impact and Stardew from time to time, like just for like cozy vibes, but for the majority of the part or the majority of the time that we're here on my channel, we mainly play horror games. We actually just did a closed playtest of this game called Dark Trip. It's a it's a psychedelic horror game. It's like an escape room-esque type of game. So like if you're into that stuff, I did a closed playtest of it, and you're basically just trying to escape the room and solving puzzles and stuff. Some of the part was like some of the stuff was like a little confusing to me, like with like utilizing like the pills and stuff, but like I just wasn't sure how to do it. I might play it again just to like figure it out, other like but I think it was like an all right game. Like it wasn't something that like I want to like give like my full input on until like the game fully releases, which is going to release in like October 29th from what it was saying. But I did enjoy solving the puzzles though. It was a little confusing at first, but overall I think I did all right. I was using my brains, and now we're just solving or not solving. Now we're playing something cozy. We're playing Stardew. I was gonna play DBD, but then I was like, I'm DB'd out for the week, so I'm gonna I'm gonna play something cozy. We're playing modded Stardew. We're in spring year one. Um, and like it's telling me that I have like two more people to meet which is Moon, who is a Junimo, and Eli, who for some reason I can't see on my fucking map. So I'm kind of just like, yeah. And also we cuss like a sailor here, so if you guys if you guys love cussing too, sure. You're more than welcome here. Oh my god. Oh my god, y'all. This is Faye. This is Faye, by the way. I love her. It was scary. Yeah, we had a great time playing some Pokemon. How's Stardew? Stardew's pretty good. We're still I deleted my original save and I deleted my like original like modded Stardew save by accident. So like right now like we're on Spring Year 1 and it's been kind of rough. I had a lot of drama. I had a lot of drama on my old save. Like we were divorced with Bryson and Bryson like got his feelings hurt. Even on his birthday, his feelings were hurt and was like, "You're hurting my feelings" and all this other crap. And I'm like, "Girl, mama, like I love you. Like it wasn't intentional for me to divorce you." And he was not having it, so I was like, "Okay, mama, like just say you hate me forever and I'll leave you alone." And yeah, so the story of my life was being divorced and then I remarried Sterling and on my old save actually, oh, I don't want to sell that. On my old save actually, Bryson was jealous that I actually got remarried. So I was like, "Oh, that's kind of rude." And yeah, I was like, "That's rude as fuck." So we we don't fuck with Bryson anymore, even though he's cute as hell. So there's that. I'm like, "You're cute as fuck." But on my old previous saves actually, um on my old previous saves actually, we married Elias, who is a divorced gay. And that was an experience actually. And his ex-partner was actually very happy for us. Well, okay, to be fair, um to be fair, um um he to me he was bisexual, so essentially it felt like he was not entirely gay. Well, he's still gay, but like he wasn't. I don't know. Am I making sense? I don't know. To me he was bisexual and like not gay. Like cuz I'm also a bisexual baddie. And so I was like, "Hey, like I want to um like I like and there's like a lot of people that like I also feel like oh also guys, here's Sterling. Oh my god. Sterling, this is this is Sterling. Oh my god. Oh guys, this is also Bryson. Bryce, we don't fuck with Bryson, especially after the fact that he did some shit. But yeah, we're gonna oh, here's Eli. Okay, we're gonna give Prismatic. Um, we're gonna give we're gonna give him a prismatic shard or prismatic. Wait, isn't he? But I thought he was a part of the AA program. Hello, was he not a part of the AA? I okay. Well, I'm not gonna judge. I'm not gonna judge you, ma'am or sir. Sorry. girl, but also, guys, I'm so sorry. If you guys have to raid and run, I'm so bad at like telling you guys to like relax and stuff. If you guys have to like raid and run or anything, I'm very also lurker friendly. So if you guys have to like lurk away and don't want to chat, I know how it is. Uh, but feel free to lurk away. Also, I need to go to my cave to Dimitri or whatever the hell her name is doing voodoo magic over there. She's upset. Um wait, I need to I hope my chickens aren't asleep because I need to Oh wait, I don't have any chickens. Oh my god. I'm so used to doing Meadowland Farm that I'm like I got so spoiled with starting with chickens that I just kind of forgot that I started with a standard farm and yeah, it it's I- I'm not used to being on a standard farm anymore. Someone is pinging me. Oh, um, okay. Sorry. Someone was like pinging me in Discord. Okay, so okay. And then we're gonna go continue fishing actually because I need to go fishing. I do want to level up my farming, but I do want to level up my farming also. Mm, 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 mm. Also, I'm not really feeling the vibe. Okay. Um, okay, I need to go to like another spot too. Oh, there's nothing. There's no spray. Oh, there's, okay, there's two spring onions at least, so. Mm-mm-mm. 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 Oh my god, Sterling. There's a cutscene with Sterling. Oh my god. Why is he disappointed? Hello? Oh, not him puking. Girl. Mm. Oh my God. Oh, poor thing. Oh, he's drunk. Oh, poor thing. Poor thing. Poor baby. I won't say anything, I promise. Okay. Also, okay, I need wood. Wood? Wood? Can I spell? Can I spell? Also, y'all don't mind me. Oh, guys! Oh my God, I forgot to get my coffee. So I might need to take a break after this, actually. I'm like a huge night owl these days, so me drinking coffee at this time is kind of normal. I'm trying to like catch a lot of fish. Wait, was that my first catch on a halibut? Hello? Um, I don't really need these rocks. I could just come back to those. Oh my God. Okay. Okay, hold on. Um, okay. Um, green algae. I can eat that. Okay, let's go to bed, actually. I know I have like the overnight mod, but like I still need to, I don't know if I, like, met the wizard already, but... Oh, not that I haven't seen you before. Mama, you've seen me plenty of times. Oh, also, oops. Um, okay, let me just... Um, okay. La da da. Wait, I need to check the, I need to check the, okay. Yes. Okay, fishing level 4. Um, okay. Oops. I will be right back, chat. I'm gonna go get some water and I also need to um I also need to get some coffee. So I will be right back. Also, take this time to stretch, take your meds, eat something if you haven't done so already. And yeah, do what you need to do, and I will also be right back. I'm also gonna force some ads right now as well, so I will do that so that way y'all don't get hit with them later, and then I will also, yeah, I'll do like hygiene and stuff before I come back. So BRB. Delete the video. Delete this. So it's like, so they was doing the nasties, and he's just very afraid of saying it. That, hello? Excuse me? That, oh my gosh. So they're flirting. Okay, but this girl is so cute though. Why is she so cute? Paimon, shut the fuck up. Surprisingly. And then I think, and then we only had like one plague. That was it. So all my matches have been tricks for today, except for... Easy. Oh! Hello? Oh. That's crazy. No! Okay, I kind of dead hard. I kind of ate that dead hard. I'm not gonna lie. I ate that. Oh no, don't cook me. If Wesker was not a thing, I'd let. Okay, so the three men that I'd let smash me in Resident Evil would be Carlos, Chris, and Chris, and Wesker. Those are the only three men that I'll let fuck me. Oh, not that.
Scares me.
Let's.
Lola,
What?
kitten scares me.
Wait, is it still that way?
No,
Oh,
now.
what did Kitten say?
Dang.
No, it's
Oh my
not
god,
what she said,
why
it's
are
what she
Camel's
did.
legs like that? Why are
Oh.
Camel's legs like that?
Oh, wait.
They look normal now.
Oh. Oh. Oh, girl. Oh.
Oh my god.
Oh my.
The 3-gen right now.
Yeah, no, I'm not making it out of here.
It's okay. No, you got this. You got this. Trust. Just maybe tall tiles. Just confuse the hell out of him.
Lose
Honestly.
LOS as much as possible.
Yeah. Tall tiles as much as you can.
Oh,
like this
fuck.
middle tile I've been using, and it's been messing him up.
Dead heart for distance! Fuck off, Choka.
You went back up to reassure? Actually, I'm just gonna grab you second.
Why did it? Hello? I didn't about. Hold on. Do y'all see this? It's not letting me back in the boat.
有段时间，我特别爱找凯瑟琳小姐签名叫“安全运输法则”的委托，因为所有的魔物都会兴冲冲来打我，根本不去管任何。
I ended up drowning. Oh my gosh, no, don't kill me, don't kill me, don't kill me. Yeah, oh wait. What the heck? Oh my gosh, he just left me on the ground, guys. Words do, because all my mods do check on me. Make sure that I'm okay. I have three of my mod. I'm not going to say who, but I have three of my mods' phone numbers, actually. I have three of my mods' phone numbers because
That's very good to get, though. Make sure to check all the nooks and crannies. Did you just get scared by the door?
yes, I did. Oh my god.
Bestie, no!
Stop.
No! Oh my gosh, dude! Oh!
Okay, guys, I am back. I am back. Okay. so often. Listen. Oh my god. Y'all, it's like they heard me. Mm. It's like they heard me and needing coffee. Mm. Mm. Mm-mm. 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 You. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Wait, maybe I can. Oh, wait, no, maybe I'm gonna save that actually. I don't want to sell that. Mountain. Summer. Eh, outside. Hi, my top. These are the same seeds that are same seeds, same hairstyle you used in Stardew too. Ooh, okay. Oh, also, I never ran ads, by the way. Also, I need to give you a shout out, Paul. I know you didn't want to be perceived earlier, but you did chat, so I was like, I didn't know if you still wanted to be perceived. So I'm like, so I was like, so let's go to love. Do we argue so often? Of course, my top. What the heck? I've never seen this rock spawn there before. I've literally never seen that rock spawn there. Alright. Yeah.
What are you doing in my swamp?
Oh my gosh, my diva icon legend boots.
What are you doing in my swamp?
Hi, my diva icon legend boots. Hi, my Rosa. Hi, Raiders. Welcome in.
Hi, how are you?
For those who don't know who I am, I'm Lola. I'm a variety streamer. What fish are these? What? Wait. What fish are these? Excuse me? Hold on. What fish are those? What is that ugly looking fish over there? What is that ugly looking fish? I want it. Hold on. What is that ugly looking fish? I have no idea what that fucking fish is. First of all, I want that ugly fish. I want two of those ugly fishes, actually. Listen, I don't know what the fuck that fish was, but I need those fish. I need those ugly ass fishes. But anyways, for those who don't know who I am, I'm Lola. I'm a variety streamer. I mainly play horror games on my channel, such as, I mainly play horror games on this channel. I do have an alt channel that I would strictly play other games like Stardew or something, but I haven't streamed on that channel in so long that I just, I might do that channel like 2 days out of the week or 3 days out of the week and then be on this channel 2 days out of the week. I'm not sure yet, but, I don't know. Um, but I mainly play Phasmo, Dead by Daylight, and horror story-based games. We actually just finished playing a demo actually, for this psychedelic horror game escape room game. Um and it's like an escape room-esque type of game, and it's interesting to say the least, but I don't know. Like I was streaming it a little bit earlier. I felt like the demo could have been a little bit longer because I know some demos last about like an hour-ish or so. And I felt like this one was really, really short. So I was like, maybe like one of these days it'll but like I'm gonna wait for their full release though. So um I'm gonna wait for their full release for it. So I'm like cuz and like the explanation for the game was a little confusing. So I was like really excited to try it. But I can actually invite 3 friends to play it. So and it's only a Steam game, so if you're interested actually, if you're interested and you guys want to like try it, reach out to me. I will definitely like I will definitely send you a copy if you guys would like to try it. Rosa, I know you're all about trying new games, girl. So if you want to try it, uh test out or whatever, feel free to like reach out to me. Cuz I can yeah. Yeah, so I can definitely for sure send you a copy, girl. Cuz I think we're friends on Steam, so I can just easily like forward it to you. I could just easily forward it to you if you want a copy. At least I'm pretty sure that we are friends on Steam. Actually, let me double check cuz I just want to confirm. Cuz I just want to confirm. Let me actually do that now. Let me um we're not friends, Rosa. Are we not friends? Oh my god, I feel fake as fuck. Yeah, girl. I'm yeah. My name is the same on um my name is the same on yeah. Oh, okay. Well, let me see if I can send you an invite to this game cuz it's saying that I can invite friends. So I want to invite you to um okay. Chanty Beluga. They may be invited already, or the game may not be available in their region. Excuse me? I know you're fucking lying. I okay. Wait, wait. I think it's because we haven't been friends for 30 days. I think it's because we haven't been friends for 30 days, and I can't send the invite to you yet. But I think once it's been like a whole 30 days, so I guess like in a month or however long or whatever, I can send it to you. You just have to like remind me. But I will definitely send you a copy of it. because the release day is on October 29th, so, for this game. If you guys want to check it out, if you guys are interested, um, so it says that I'm currently playtesting it, but like, um, I need to like fix that command actually. But if you guys want to like, if you guys want to like check out Dark Trip, you guys are more than welcome to check it out. Um, but yeah, you guys can check it out for sure. But yeah, Rosa, I will definitely send you an invite for sure for the playtesting. Oh, I'm so glad that I did that before he came out of that house, because I'm like, no, girl, not today. Me as a fish? No, not too much on yourself. Not too much on yourself, Raven. But also, yeah, also, I don't, like I said, I don't know what, blobfish, girl, I don't know. Also, hi, Saturn. But yeah, for those who don't know who I am, like I said, I'm Lola. I'm a variety streamer, mainly a horror game-ish person, but I do have another channel for exclusively for my cozy games and stuff. So oh, so oh wait, did I? Oh wait. Wait, wait. Oh, I just shouted out the wrong person. Hold on. Lola by Lola. There you go. This is my alt channel, by the way. I made the mistake of, like, misspelling my alt channel. So, if you guys want to check out my other channel, feel free. But no pressure. No pressure. I haven't streamed on there in so long. So I might stream on there. Back from ads. Yeah. So Rosa, so sorry. I didn't realize that ads were playing. But what I was saying was earlier, um I tried to send you an invite just now and it wouldn't let me, but I think it's just due to the fact that we haven't been friends for 30 days. So, so, uh, I will definitely, I will definitely be, like, sending you a copy within the next 30 days. So that way you can play test it and test it out. Um, uh, but yeah. Oh, period. Thanks. Yeah. So, but yeah, I'll definitely send you a copy of it for sure. And you can try it for your community. Yeah. Oh, also, I don't know if it's multiplayer. I don't know if it's multiplayer. But because I did it, I think it's like an escape room type game. Yeah. So I think it's the single player, but if you do ever want to play with me, if you do ever want to play a game with me, Rosa, just let me know, girl. I will definitely be so down to play with you. I know you were playing, what's that game called? I played the demo for it too. Um it's the one that it's that story, that horror story game or whatever. What's that game called? You were just playing it on your channel the other day. And no, it's the other one. It's the other one. Um, gosh, I'm trying to figure out the name. Um, it's the other one. The other one that has the same graphics as the skin stapler. So it takes me a minute to reach out. Yes, Shift at Midnight. Oh my god. Girl. That's multiplayer. You can play with that with like up to 4 players, I believe. Girl, that game is funny as fuck though. I'm like, mama, like, hello? Like, what do you mean? Like you got like creepy people walking around. Oh my god, you know what the skin you know what Shifted Midnight reminds me of, and like the skin stapler? It kind of reminds me of a 7-Eleven actually. Am I like am I wrong for saying that? But like isn't that so real though? Because it's like I feel like they base these like video games uh I feel like they base these video games like Shifted Midnight and the Skin Stapler off of like 7-Eleven, but like a horror version of that game. Or that like that shop. I'm like, girl. Cause no, like literally, like what tell me why like there's like a like really weird like men there. Like that are like or like well, okay. I shouldn't say that like, like they well, okay, there are some like sketchy people, but I shouldn't call them weird because like everyone I feel like everybody is like weird in their own way. But like I'm like they have like a lot of sketchy people and I'm like it's it's chaotic. But also um yeah, like I also feel bad for like for them like making like women like work the night shifts. Like I feel so bad. I remember there was like one time where like my like my friend's mom was like a nurse and they made all the employees like um I don't remember what hospitals like she works for, but um they made like all the employees like park in the parking garage with like like the people that were like visiting the hospitals and stuff. And like she almost got robbed and I felt so bad. And I'm like, "No, girl, like that's bad as fuck. Like no." Yeah, like she almost got robbed. Like someone almost drugged her mom and like now my friend like she picks up and drops off her mom because she's like because like she does not want her mom to have to like go through that and she's like I'm not gonna let you park your car or anything and she makes her mom like wait for her inside the hospital. She's like I'm gonna make you wait in the hospital because like she's like I don't want you to um and then but yeah, and her boss was like complaining about her boss was like complaining. She's like, "What?" Her boss was like, "If you're gonna hang out here in the hospital, like at least like still be clocked in and help us." And she's like, "I'm not gonna do that unless you guys pay me overtime." And he's like, "Oh, I don't want to do that." And I'm like, "No, girl." Like, I'm like, "No, that's crazy." And I like to, I I felt so bad. Yeah, so she like complained to her boss about it and she was like and she thankfully they have HR and she complained to them about it, and she was like, "Hey, like, like my daughter," and like she explained to HR about like her story, and was like, and they're like, "Oh, like that's definitely not acceptable. Like they should allow you to park in the employee parking spot," and that the boss ended up getting fired. And I'm like, okay. So, and now her new boss like is like more understanding, and like lets them park in the employee parking spot and stuff. And like I'm like, yeah, that's no. And like the boss used to make them pay like for stuff, like pay for the he used to make them pay for parking in the parking garage, just to get like more money for the hospital. And I'm like, that's not allowed. I'm like, that's illegal. Like making you pay for like parking in the parking garage when you guys have employee parking spaces. You shouldn't be doing that to your employees, personally. But that's just my solid opinion, though. Did I miss Dark Trip? Yes, you did. You did. It wasn't a long, it wasn't a long one. Can I not? Oh, I had to give that to Gunther. I'm like, why can I not place this? Yeah, so, and then she told, because she's one of the best employees at the hospital, and she, like, she's like, if you guys don't fix it, she's like, if you don't fix this, I'm gonna complain to HR, and, like, blah, 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 blah. And, like, the boss ended up, and she still did. She did, and she's like, either do that or, like, I'm gonna quit. And, like, the guy was like, I don't want you to quit, blah, 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 blah. And she's like, then, like, don't force us to pay for parking and whatever. And I was like, yeah, girl, speak your truth. I'm like, speak your truth, girl, because I'm like, there's no way. Y'all, who should I marry in the save? There's a lot of cute villagers here. Also, Rosa, do you play Stardew by chance, girl? Do you play Stardew? Guys, should I marry Sterling? Be honest. Should I marry Sterling? Should I marry Sterling? I feel like I should. Girl, I hate Pierre. Okay, so like I hate Morris even more than Pierre. I hate Pierre, but like I also would prefer him over Morris from Joja Mart. And I just feel like he's very like rude. There was a cutscene, y'all, and I don't know if I've gotten it in this new save yet, but like he was very rude to Sterling. That was supposed to be my stream streak. Oh. Well, hmm. But y'all, I don't know who to marry. Mm-mm. But yeah, guys, I married Bryson, but it turns out he's okay. Don't call me gross. That's rude, y'all. He just called me gross. But also, guys, do y'all like my new PNG tuber? I forgot to point that out. I forgot to point that out. Do y'all like my new PNG tuber or what? Because like, um, Oh, wait. Great PNG. Ooh, thank you, thank you. I don't know why I sold that algae, but I did. Okay, I'll put that there for now, and then oh wait, I don't have my I don't have my I don't have my thingy. So I can't get rid of those yet. Oh my god. It's gonna be a beautiful sunny day tomorrow. Wait, whose birthday is it? Oh my god, hold on. I um I need to check to see whose birthday it is. Okay, Iman's birthday. Let me go say hi to Iman. But also, how was your day? Admiral. How was your day? What were you doing today? Um, also, what am I doing here? What am I doing here? Oh, Iman's birthday. Mm-mm. Yeah. Okay, let's go give Iman a birthday on her. No, let's go give her a present on her birthday. Oh my god.
Hi, how are you?
Do you have a list of your mods posted anywhere? Unfortunately, no, I don't. But hi, welcome in. Is it archives? In archives. Welcome in. I'm good. Home from work and errands. Just playing at some BF6. Wait, is BF6, is that Battlefield? Is that short for Battlefield? BF6? Or am I wrong? But do you like a list? I had been wanting to make a list for my mods, but I just feel like I just haven't had the time to like make a list of my mods. Is there like any specific mod that you're interested in getting or no? But I do need to make a list for sure. Um, archives. And welcome in again. Welcome in. I was just interested in your speed mod. Oh, it's the let me look up the specific name. Hold on. Let me because it's in I do my mods through Nexus, so I can definitely look it up for you real quickly. Um like are you talking about like my walking? Um or are you talking about like the movement speed or the time speed? Because like I have like two different mods for that. So it's just um oh, the walking? Or wait, no, yes to walking or the other one? Sorry. I just want to confirm. And yes, it is archives. Okay. Okay. Movement. Yeah, there's a so if you go to Nexus, if you go to Nexus mods, it's just literally called movement speed. It's literally just called movement speed. But I think that's actually a good idea to for me to do. To do to do okay, also prismatic. Oh wait. Okay, let me just give her this. But also, is there anything like else that you're interested in? Um, is there anything else that you're like interested in like wanting to like get for your moms or no? Because like I can definitely see if I have them for sure. Let's see. But yeah, the movement mod is called movement speed. That was it. Thank you so much. Of course, of course. Glad I can help. Ugh, I'm so glad that I have this mod because I'm like I was not about to struggle catching them fish. Okay. Um, okay, let me actually like look up something really quickly. Hours into also let me see. Mm, mm, it didn't work, my Lola. What didn't work? Oh, are you talking about the things that I like told you to do for the thingy? You can still only emote once? Yeah, I don't know, bestie. Okay. Wait, archives, are you still here by chance? Okay. So, um, uh, okay. Let's see. Um, maybe you know this answer. Okay. So, um, wait, never mind. Um, I think I figured it out. I think I figured it out. I was about to debug. Okay. No, you're good. You're good. She was hiding right here. But I can't get out of her room. Debug warp to character. Okay, cool. Oh, I yeah, I just gave him the wrong gift. But okay. I just had to figure out how to like warp to a character within the Smappy, and I figured it out. Yeah, I don't know, because like I updated my app earlier today and it was working just fine, my Raven. Okay, so should I how would I make my list though? Do y'all think it's worth making a list of mods that I have just in case someone asks? Because I know that I know that Archives was asking for a list. So I just wasn't sure if y'all would think it would be convenient to have. Or at least like a Google Doc. Speaking of OnlyFans, played against a Fang last night named Hex OnlyFangs. Oh my god. I always have names off. Or at least I normally have names off in DVD. So I don't even see people's names. Because I was in a community, I was a part of a community where like one of the like viewers was like shaming that said person, and it turned out that the person who they were shaming was in the same community as the streamer, and they saw that person acting all like nice and stuff and was like, weren't you the same person that was shaming me, and like blah 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 blah. And like the streamer was like, wait, like you were getting shamed by so and so, and they're like, yeah. And so they like showed the chat log, they like DM'd the person and was like, I can show you the chat logs and blah 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 blah. And I was like, that's crazy. And ever since then, I was like, yeah, no, I'm keeping names off because I'm like, and I'm not saying that anyone in my community is going to be like rude or mean or whatever, but like, um, but I just, I just don't want other people to be perceived as well. But also, I've seen some pretty crazy names. Oh, you have an Android? I'm not judging you for having an Android, by the way. I'm just like, because I have an iPhone, so I was like, maybe it's like I didn't realize it could have just been like an Android issue then too. So maybe if anyone here in chat has an Android, they could probably help they could probably help Raven with his issue. Hi, Yogi. How are you, Yogi? Oh my god, that emote. Dang it, suddenly got stinky in here. Oh, not too much on Yogi. Yogi, get behind me. Who is this Admiral person? Oh! Drama. Oh my god. I'm doing pretty good. I was playing a demo earlier tonight. Oh my gosh.
Gift subs.
Thank you for gifting.
Gift
Wait,
subs.
why
Gift
didn't it
some
show? Oh, thank you for gifting Yogi a sub. I was about to say, I'm like, hold on. I'm like, I know it showed in chat earlier, and then it just, I thought it disappeared immediately, but thank you for gifting Yogi a sub, Admiral. Thank you, thank you. I do appreciate that. Yogi, enjoy your 1 month of ad-free viewing. But also, what emote was that earlier when he said, oh, that's a cute emote? Oh, I'm gonna have to, like, cop that emote soon. From Blextra, I don't think I've ever been in Blextra streams before, but, I have definitely, like, heard of their name before. And I've heard nothing but good things about them. So, now I got this one back. Yay. Ooh, I'm glad. Thank you. I hope you enjoy. And also, guys, if you guys are a part of the Discord, by the way, if you guys are in the Discord, you guys aren't sure how to link your Twitch to Discord, there's this specific channel to let you know, to give instructions on how to link it so that way you can get your subscriber role in the server. And you'll get access to the emote in Discord. The emotes in Discord. So, fruits. Let's see. Wait, can I put these superstar fruits in here? Hold on, let me see. No, I can't. Oh, wait. I can't. But I can put the regular star fruit in there? That's crazy. Okay, I'm gonna, like, save these up here. Model. What I did.
Please, calmly put the controller down and stretch, you dumb bitch.
Bitch. I'm a little pilot.
Hydration is the key to
Thank
performance.
you for the stretch break and hydrate. I have coffee with me. It's still fucking broken. I don't know. Does anyone have an Android in chat? Because it's showing me that you're using my emotes. I can literally see the emotes in chat, but you're using them. You do, Admiral? Okay, so Raven also has an Android. And I don't know if you have, like, the Twitch mobile app updated, but Raven's been having this issue where he's been only able to, like, type in the chat, like, the emote once and then leave and then come back. So I don't know if there's a way for you to fix that. Or if you know how to fix that issue. And like I've even told him to like log out and log back in and everything, um but yeah, I don't know. So if you can help him out, that would be lovely. Cuz like I've even tried to explain like on how to do it, but I don't know. Check in a minute. Okay. Thank you, Admiral. I leave stream using an email. Leave stream using an emote. Leave stream using an emote. Leave stream using emote. That's how I have to use my emotes? That's weird. I've never had to do that. And I used to have an Android phone too. Like I've never, not once have I ever had to do that. But it says that you're subscribed to me, so I don't know. Also, guys, I'm thinking about doing a long stream soon for my birthday. Like for my birthday. And I know my birthday is not until November, but I'm thinking about doing like a very special stream for my birthday. Um I know Toph was here earlier, but me, Toph, and another bestie are planning on doing a birthday celebration stream on the 7th of November. But other than that, I think I might do like a really long stream for on my actual birthday. And I don't know what I'll do. But I might play like a variety of different games though too. Ports closed, uninstalling, deleting the fucking app, data, nothing works. Yeah, I don't know, girl. I don't know. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. La da da. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Yeah, reaching out is probably your best bet, Raven. But like I said, it could also be like a Android issue. But I don't know. Maybe it's like the particular one that you have. I need to get a fucking coop. Coop. Oh, wait, wait. What do I need for a coop? Okay, wood and stone. Oh, wait, I didn't mean to do that. Uh, Let's see. Da-da-da. Thank you for the lurk, Yogi. Like, Google says that it's a common UI Twitch app Android issue. Like, Twitch, if you don't fix your fucking app, like, what the fuck, dude? Yeah, I don't know. Um... Okay, I need to also... Okay. Construct farm buildings. Build. Build. Wait, no. Um... Wait. Mm. Wait, do I have instant building? Instant building? Mm-mm, mm-mm, mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Okay, there. Before, I'll go eat a weed and IDK. I might be back. I leave. What's the broken ass building? Oh, on my farm? That's the greenhouse. Oh wait, I need to go talk to what's his name? Or her name, sorry. But yeah, if you're talking about the building on my farm, it's the greenhouse. You have to A lot of people are having this problem after the latest mobile update. You might just have to sit it out. Yeah. When do I get that? You have to finish the community center. Or like you have to like do the community center. So there's like a portion of the community center that you have to finish in order to get it. Um let's see. Vanilla. Um Cocoa. Mm, who wants to be named after a chicken? I can name one of y'all after my chicken. You okay? Maybe. Oh, you want Mars though, and not after yourself? Okay. Okay, I can update the name when I get to my farm. So I'll name this chicken. Um, Okay. Name the chicken Tendy? Oh, that's crazy. Not you. Technically Marshall, but you like Mars better. Okay, let me go to my chicken coop, actually. Where are my babies? Um, Lola said my name. That was so weird. Oh, Lola constantly outing me. Listen, you're outing yourself. Okay, do you want Marshall or Mars? Raven. Because I can do either one. Mars, okay. The babies are so cute. Okay, I'll let them out. Oh, that's cute. I love that. Okay. I just want to confuse Bex with one of these days with Mars. Why don't you just update your name, Raven? You can always just update your main account. Night on Mars. Oh, wait. You can change your name to Night on Mars 420. That could work. I'm just saying. That could work. And so you can update your name to Night on Mars. And you could just tell people, like, hey, like, it's me, Raven, but, like, I updated my name to Night on Mars. Mars Ranger 420? That's true. Let's see. IDK, though, I really like Raven. It's like my alter ego. Let's see. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Um, wait. Okay, Raven. How about Raven on Mars? How about Raven on Mars? You can see if that name's available and you can see if it's available. Raven on Mars. That could be your name. That could be your new Twitch name, Raven on Mars. Hi, Sky. Good morning. I know it's like probably like super early for you, right? Sorry, I was like just also like trying to like Google up something as well while like trying to figure out Raven's new Twitch name. Typed it out and it tried to say Raven on Marshall, and I was like, oh, that's freaky. Oh, but yeah, Raven on Mars actually like sounds really cool. And you'll still like keep like Raven as well. So
But now you have been promoted. You are now one of my elite employees.
thank you for the 5 streak, Sky. You actually missed Yogi and Admiral earlier. They're both lurking, but I'm like, you just missed them. You just missed them, actually. Admiral, they made the shadow smelly, but they left. Yeah, you just missed Yogi, and they probably went to bed by now. I'm not. Well, last I checked, well, last Admiral, well, Admiral said that they're playing Battlefield 6, so I'm assuming they're still playing. Um, I'm assuming they're still playing it. Ooh, wait. I want this Pokeball or Pokemon. Um, wait. Uh, Raven the Martian. I like Raven on Mars, though. That sounds really cool. I don't know. Raven on Mars sounds really cool. They'll probably make another appearance then, yeah. You should do it, Raven. I dare you to do it now and then like log back in. Hi, my cutie cutest. I love you. I miss you. Cutest, is it true that you called me a bottom? And that you think I'm a hoe? Be honest. Is that true? Oh, well, you plugged in because I'm a top. Oh, okay, so maybe I lied about that. Oh. Hoes recognize each other on the streets? Oh. Oh. Oh, okay, so maybe I lied about that. Right. That's why Automod got your ass and was like, let me just call you out. Oh my god, Raven, you actually changed your name. Oh my god. Raven. Raven changed your name. Wait, I gotta update your auto shoutout command, actually. Wait a minute. Hold on. I gotta... Oh my god. I gotta update your Twitch link, actually, for your auto shoutout. Okay. So your auto shoutout will say Raven on Mars now. Wait, also, Raven, I don't know if you know this, but did you know that you can actually capitalize, like, some of the letters in your name to I don't know if you knew that. Well, no, it's so if you go to, okay, so I'm gonna like walk you through it actually. So if you go to your stream page, right? If you go to your stream page and you go to where it says edit profile, and it says it'll say either username or display name. So if you click on display name, you could just type in your username, like Raven on Mars, like capital R, and then capitalize the O, and then capitalize the M, and like your name, if that makes sense. Also, guys, okay, I just found out. So y'all know, okay, so y'all know how y'all can go live on Instagram? I did when I first tried it. That's so weird. Did it not save then? Like, I think there's like a way for you to save it though. Like, I think, or like apply to change or whatever. But that's so weird. Maybe, maybe it's, you had to wait, like Admiral said. Yes, you did! Yes, it did fix, yes. Oh my god, you fixed it! Oh my god, wait, try multiple emotes. Okay, was the one I get. Ugh, I'm so sorry that you're dealing with that, Raven. Oh, also, I need to be back real quick. Mr. Lola made food and I need to go get some food, so I will be right back. Oh my god, that was so fucking hot and sexy. Oh my god. I love that. Shit. No! No! That's okay. I love Naughty Bear. That's fine.
难道我们在哪里见过吗？不对，你的眼神，你认识我，但我对你毫无印象。
真的认识啊
Hang on, shut up.
抱歉，
Yes, of course we know him.
我没法就这样相信
Ask
你说
over
的
here
话。
asking. Did I really just kill myself in the fire? Y'all didn't see that. He's got crowd control, so I need to be careful. Y'all didn't see that. Y'all didn't see that happen. I was waiting. Okay. I was...
Down.
Hi, my May. Oh, wait. We're... Oh, let me see.
There's a chest on the way down.
Y'all didn't see that.
What did you do?
Nothing. Mr. Lola was like... Mr. Lola said, I'm gonna give you some birthday dick. That's what he said. And I was like, oh. That's crazy. But then again, I was like, yes, good looks like dick. Okay, guys, I'm back. I have my foods. Y'all, I have steamed veggies with chicken tenders. Oh my god, Raven. Oh my god. That was such an old clip. Mm. Also, I'm, y'all, I told Mr. Lola thank you for the dinner earlier, and he like ignored me. And I was like, wow, that's crazy. So you hate me. I'm like, wow, that's crazy. Well, yes, as he should. Okay, let's see. Oh wait, let me go to like my little spa cave. Where is it? I'm used to the cave being down in the corner, and I forgot it's up here now because I have the standard farm. Mm-mm-mm. Y'all, this food is so good. Oh, you got a nebula light? That's cool. I love that. Mm-mm-mm-mm. I need that Pokemon too. Of course, Raven. Mm, mm-mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Oh my god. Oh my god, they're giving me so much stuff. Getting all this mail. Oh my god. Well, yes, yes. Oh, not that. Oh, there. Oh my god. Um, Not you calling Lemur a bot. Because my bot says the same thing. Oh, Lemur just likes to copy what Nightbot says. Yes. Wait. The update, Nightbot 420. Ooh, okay. Where is my other chicken? There's one, two. Oh, what time is it? It's 10:30. Yeah, go smoke a weed, Raven. Chill. Wait, no. I'm sorry. You should stay here and hang out with me. Oh, I was supposed to read it out loud. My bad. Okay, stop yapping, Raven, and go eat your weed, said Lola. Okay, okay, I'll be RB. Don't yell at me, said Raven. Okay, there. There. But you can still stay here and yap while smoking a weed. Oh my god, hold on. I'm trying to like eat.
Oh, okay. Wait.
Y'all, I hate Mayor Lewis. Wait, I can put my headphones on and I don't have to leave because mini window. Ooh, okay. Okay. I need to figure out whose birthday it is, actually. It's Alyssa's birthday. Oh wait, I need to go investigate the thingy and then go. Alyssa is Kevin. Oh, not that. Not you calling Alyssa a man. That's crazy, Raven. So you're calling her a man? Is that what you're saying? Mm, 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 mm. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, 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 mm. Actually, I know a female named Kevin. Oh, really? Also, okay, I need to fix my PNG tuber, actually. I kind of like it on this side, and I'll have chat kind of like right here. Okay, there. I kind of fixed it, I think. You don't know how to feel about it in vertical view? Oh, the chat? Oh, I'm talking about it in, like horizontal. Like if you're looking at it in like classic view, um, maybe I'll just keep it like that. I don't know. Unless you prefer it above my head if you're viewing through classic. Oh, that's what I'm in? Oh. Alright, okay, so do you prefer it? Do you prefer it over my avatar? Or do you prefer, I don't know. But I can also just put it over here. But I don't know. That's just me. I'm just trying to figure this shit out. I'll figure something out. Because, like, I don't know. Where is Alyssa? Oh, okay. You like the chat in the top right corner. Or are you talking about my PNG tuber? Okay, so you... Wait. I kind of liked it on the top. Okay, so you liked the chat right here on the right here, and where my PNG tuber's at. It's hard to read up there with the Stardew UI. Okay, so you like the chat right here. Okay. Okay, I'll just keep it right here then. Okay. Mm-mm. I need to donate to the museum. Okay, Melon. Sorry, I don't like that Pokemon. Oh, Surskit's cute. I like Surskit. It pissed you off in Pokemon Go? That's valid. I need to get a I need to get back into playing Pokemon actually. The only problem is I don't know where Mr. Wola put my Switch. Because when we were packing, when we like moved into this apartment, um we had stored it away and I just don't know where it is. Um, I didn't get my shiny, so I didn't like it right now. Oh yeah, he hid it from me because he hates you. Yeah, that exactly. He hates me. But he did make me food, so there's that. Not for wanting me to follow her, excuse me. You know, but he didn't say you're welcome. Yeah, that's true. You know what he said? He's like, oh yeah, okay, cool. Glad you're eating. And I'm like, that's not you saying you're welcome. And I'm like, that's crazy. So you hate me even more. Oh, he definitely hates you? Yeah. So I'm like, fuck you, I guess. Tell him I said hi, though. Okay, I will. Oh, also, Raven, you don't have to, like, tell me what your budget is, but I can help you look for, like, a PC that is within your budget. If you want, you can DM it to me. You can DM me if you'd like, but it's you don't have to say it in chat, but um just send me an email, not email, a message, and then um I can help you look for a budget PC. Can DM you, but I can also save too. Yeah. Well, cuz the thing is there's mini PCs that are on sale as well. So if you did want to get a mini PC, you can also get that as well. If that's easier. Because mini PCs are a thing too. And they're a lot cheaper than like a regular average PC. And they take up less space. So there's that. So let me know if you um oh, are you talking about like mini PCs, Raven? It just depends on the brand. Like I'd say it just depends on the brand for starters, but um I I guess it also just depends on the well, I shouldn't say depends on the brand, but it mostly depends on like the specs and stuff too. And I mean Best Buy being reliable, true. But I can send you some well I'd say for Best Buy if you don't want to go to Best Buy, I'd say go to Target too cuz they might I know they can try to help you with stuff, but I'd say definitely for sure try to go to Best Buy because I um I trust them more than Target cuz it's a tech spot, but that's just me. That's just me. So I was gonna look at a place called Game Exchange. I don't think I've ever heard of that place. Game Exchange. Is that kind of like GameStop but not GameStop or no? Am I wrong? Oh, not the that was weird. The cheat tree just chopping down like that. But hey, I'll take free resources though. It's mainly used things. Oh, okay. So it's kind of like a thrift store, kind of, but for electronics. Refurbished. I I normally don't trust refurbished stuff because like you don't know how reliable they're gonna be, especially after the fact that they've been refurbished. And this is just me being me, and like I'm also stubborn with um I'm also just very stubborn too. Because like I've had refurbished things before too, and most oftentimes they weren't reliable. So, um, for really good things about them, yeah. But you'd also just want to be careful too, my Raven, as well. Just because, like, it just depends on like the condition as well, especially even if it's refurbished. Like, you just want to make sure. Um, I talk with my mouth full. Maybe sweeter. Hi, Miraculous. How are you? Thank you for redeeming your daily latte. What about it? What about it? Jim, what about it? What about it? Lady. Lady. I'm doing pretty good. Thanks for asking. Lady. Oh, wait. I can use one of these, I think. I don't cry too much. Oh, wait, you know what? I can put my strawberries there. About that. Yeah, I can put my strawberries over here. Girl, I redeemed so fast, I forgot what latte I got. Oh, I don't remember either. I think you got a rose latte, I believe. I'm not sure. But also, let me shout you out, Miraculous. So good to see you. I like him down. Look at that. What's the bait? You shake. What do you say? You're pretty cute and I'm pretty smart. It's a work of art. I think you got a rose latte. I could be wrong though. You want to know something, Raven? Okay, you want to know the backstory on that one, on that flavor actually? So, one of my friends, when she was pregnant with her first child, that's all she drank was a Pilk latte, which is like it's essentially it's a dirty Pepsi latte, and um, that's all she drank. Yeah, because it sounds nasty as fuck. No, okay, well, I've tried it. I've actually tried it, and it doesn't taste as bad as it sounds. But then again, then again, uh, I'm not pregnant, so like I only took a sip, and it doesn't taste as bad as it sounds. But I'd say give it a try, and like I'd say at least like I'd say fuck it and say YOLO. Fuck it and say YOLO. I've had a dirty Pepsi before, and it's actually really good, but I've never drank it with like I like I've had it with ice cream though, like not exactly like milk. So it's think of it as like a root beer float, but like not really a root beer float. You can use Dr. Pepper, Pepsi, whatever soda you want, but just know it's gonna like taste different depending on like the soda. You hate Pepsi? That's valid. Not everybody likes Pepsi. Most people are like Dr. Pepper or Coca-Cola people. So your feelings are obviously valid. Oh, you know what? You know what I forgot to add? I forgot to add like what the Pokemon looks like on screen. Uh, um, um, hold on. Okay. Hold on. Hold on. Mm, y'all, give me one moment. Un momento. Un momento. Um, um, oh, okay. Let's see. Okay, hold on. Elemental. Streamer. Okay, hold on. Un momento. I just want to add the Pokemon extension. Um. mm, da, da, da. Okay, hold on. Well, I'm also a okay. Role selector. Um, y'all. Mm, 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 um, stream info tools. Okay. Mm, 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 mm. Okay. Mm, 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 mm. Wait. Oh my God. Mm, 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 mm. Okay, I don't know where a good spot. Okay, I don't know. Um, I don't know where like a good spawn for it is, I guess. Mm, mm, mm. Okay, I'll put it like right here. Okay, I'll put it that right there in OBS. Sorry, y'all. I was trying to like fix something for mm, 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 mm. Mm, 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 mm. I put it above my PNG tuber, Raven. Mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm. What did you make? Oh, so I added the little like avatar for the Pokemon, like the little Pokemon, like one of the Pokemon spawns and stuff. I added it. Um, Also, I think this might be my last day in Stardew. But I might do one more day, actually. Actually, no, I'll do one more day. I'll do one more day. Um, I'll do one last day. Um, Ooh, okay, cute. Yeah. So hopefully it'll like spawn. I'm gonna go test my new name. I'll be right back. Don't leave. I want to say bye. I won't leave. I won't leave. Promise. Mm-hmm. Okay, I gotta meet the wizard. I also need to... Okay, I also need a crafter furnace, by the way. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, 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 tell you. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, 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 mm. There, be there. Gee, look at mm, 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 mm. Mm, 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 mm. Oops. 大丈夫大丈夫 Oh, wait. 大丈夫嗯嗯嗯嗯嗯嗯嗯嗯嗯嗯嗯嗯嗯嗯嗯 Be alright, I'll be there. Be alright. Mm-mm. Mm-mm, mm-mm, mm-mm. Mm-mm, mm-mm. Mm-mm, mm-mm. Mm-mm, mm-mm, mm-mm. Oh, wait. That's all good. We got 100 gold. There. Alright. Be alright. Alright. Mm-mm. Are you serious right now? You're not giving me the fish that I want? I want those 2 fish. I want those. Are you freaking kidding me right now? I want this. I want these fish. And I hate it because it's not giving it to me. I hate it. That sucks. Oh, wait. Wait a minute. Hold on. Did I do it wrong? Wait. Did I do it wrong? Wait a minute. There's no way, right? Break. Break. Perfect. Be fine. Be the one to you every night. This was right. Where I am, maybe you realize. Oh, wait. Fine. So perfect. Would be fine. To you every night. That feels right. crazy. And maybe I realize. Mr. Toad School. Oh my gosh. I know. I also fixed the little the little Pokemon animated thing because you guys couldn't see it, and then I had to like make it a little bit bigger. I don't want to come home to you every night. Yeah, nothing feels right. I'm crazy. Maybe I realize this bug is stinky. Yeah, I'm sorry, Raven. But hopefully it gets fixed by tomorrow. Hopefully. I'm hoping it gets fixed free tomorrow. Cause yeah, that's very stinky. And it sucks that, for Android users too.
We have that last piece of that.
Okay. Babe, Raven says hi. I said, Raven said hi. Was that attitude I heard? Yeah, it was. It was Raven. Mr. Lola said, whatever. He was like, oh, Raven? Yeah, okay. Rude. Eat his lunch. Yeah, I will. I need to, craft a scarecrow and craft a furnace. But I'm also kind of lazy to do those right now. It's gonna be so good tomorrow, though. Okay, period. W sandwich. Did I tell you the Subway order? I don't know. I don't know if he told me the Subway order, my Raven. Um. Oh, I need to meet the wizard. I'm gonna go do that, actually. Chicken, bacon ranch with chipotle ranch, jalapeno spinach, olives, tomatoes, and garlic. That sounds really good, actually, Raven. I kind of want a sandwich now. Oh, also, I need to go, okay, so after I go talk to the wizard, I need to go get my tool. I need to go get my tool. But first... I need to do this. And then, okay, so I need to go check those. And then, I don't know if I, like, showed love to my chickens yet, but I'm gonna do that after I check in with the wizard. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. The worker was like, you need to work, you used to work here, didn't you? Oh, but did you though? And I toast the garlic first with nothing, retoast it, and then I'm like, oh, okay, W Raven. Okay, I need to put these all. Okay. I need to, mm, 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 mm. Mm, mm, mm. Okay, I need to sell those. I need to upgrade my tools. Oh, wait. Okay, so met the wizard. I need to upgrade. Oh, I got another cutscene. They were so cute. Moon is so cute. Eli's gonna, like, injure himself just being up there. But also, Mayor Lewis is just so fucking annoying. Oh, also, did you DM me, Raven, by the way? I want to make sure. Um. Not yet. Okay, okay. I can DM you if you need me to. Been yapping away, haven't left Twitch. Yeah, I'll DM you after stream. My butt hurts, by the way. I've been sitting in this chair too long. Okay. That's what I was gonna do unless I get done with my video first. I'd say get done with your video and then I'll reach out to you after stream. I don't know what I need to donate to the okay, so I need to horseradish, daffodil, leek, and dandelion. Horseradish, radish, daffodil, leek, and dandelion. Okay, W seeds. Ooh, I had the red mushroom and the cactus fruit, coconut. Okay. Coconut, wait, coconut, cactus, red. This way. Ooh, parsnip. Okay, parsnip, cauliflower, green bean, potato, cucumber. Okay, I'll worry about those later, actually. Street. Lola, my ex popped up in your memories. I must throw up. Oh, not that. Oh, that's T. Street. Oh, wait. Do I need to get my tool? Yeah. Okay. Anyway, street. Hopper. Um, do I need to celebrate someone's birthday today or no? Oh, Raven, do you see the Pokemon above my head? By the way, do you see the Pokemon there? It'll show the Pokemon. But I also might put them down here. For now. Vanessa. Oops. But also, I kind of want to put them, like, right here. Okay, there. Can they be bigger? They can be. Okay, bring Victor a brain, and then... Oh! Where the fuck would Victor be? Oh, Victor's over here. And where's Vanessa? I think Vanessa's in the thingy. I just slightly, I almost didn't notice. It's probably just because it's a Curlia. Oh. I don't know. Oh, wait, fuck. Why am I here? I meant to go in here, not there. Kind of blended in. Oh, did it? Maybe if I like play a different game, probably it won't blend in as much. And that's why like I also don't really play Stardew. Oh no, like it's saying Penny as in like Pennywise. It's not asking you for a penny. It's just saying Penny Jill because of Pennywise. Wait, well, I've officially become stupid. I just spent 20 minutes Googling how to do a simple elementary school division. Oh my god, wait, what was the division problem? Also, you're not stupid. No, wait, 90, wait, 160 divided by 90? And you couldn't figure it out? That's okay. Oh wait, fuck. Oh my god. What the hell? He's walking fast as fuck. Did y'all just see what I saw? Did y'all? What? Excuse me? Oh. Okay, well. Girl. I know you're fucking lying. He's a runner, he's a dark star. I know. I was like, excuse me? Like, girl. Like. Girl. Okay. I'm gonna also. This is how much elementary school failed us. Yeah, for sure. Mm. Wait. I need to give Vanessa a gift. Hold on. Debug warp to. Oh. Yeah, I feel like some of these mods are broken as fuck. So I need to like just be careful. Okay, I think I'm gonna call it here, guys. Because it is 11:30 and I was supposed to end at a half hour ago. I was supposed to end at half an hour ago. Um I was supposed to end a half an hour ago. So I think I'm gonna call it here and I'll write out to somebody. And I know who I'm gonna write out to, actually. I know who I'm gonna write out to, by the way. Okay. Oops. Okay. Guys, thank you guys so much for today's stream and tuning in for the thank you for tuning in for when I was playing uh Dark Trip and Stardew. No, I missed it. It's okay, my Rory. It's okay. You could just watch the VOD. But and I know you're probably gonna miss your stream streak. But good morning, my Rory. I hope you're doing good. Um but yeah, guys, make sure you guys claim your dailies before I end stream, by the way. Also, um I might I might adjust my schedule um again next week, maybe like start like maybe like an hour or two later, but I don't know. I know yes, thank you guys so much for tuning in. I appreciate that. I know I know for like my UK folks, like my UK and EU folks, like I start stream in like the wee hours of the morning for you guys, and I know a lot of you guys are like night owls over there probably and whatever, but I like I'm gonna try to like adjust my schedule a little bit just to make things easier for you guys, but I'm gonna see like I'm gonna just test more times just to make sure, but I think 7 p.m. is like a right starting point for me. Um but I might start at like 8 or 9 for you guys just so that way you guys can like at least 8 or 9 for me. And I like y'all can just convert that. Cuz I know for Sky, I know she's mentioned that I normally start at 5 her time. So like 5 a.m. her time. Like so I just want to make sure you guys like you guys are taken care of too cuz I like it when everybody is here and like tuned in and like they can make it and like not have to like wake up super early and being like I'm like so tired. But I also like I know for like my US and Canada peeps, I know that you guys like it gets really late for a lot of you guys. So, oh yeah, 7 a.m. my time I'm probably awake. I'm a morning bird. Yeah. Um so yeah, I'm going to definitely adjust the times next week just to see again, just to see like if it's a better time for everybody else, but I know usually for like my evening peeps, it's for my US peeps, it's like it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard um for them to make it. But we are going to rate out to a friend who started their streaming journey um actually, and time zones are annoying so real. Yeah. I like even if I start earlier or like later in the day, it kind of like just fucks up with everybody's sleep schedule and stuff. So it kind of just depends. So one of my friends like did recommend me starting at midnight my time. Uh and that's usually the time that like Mr. Lola is asleep. Well, actually I no, actually I take that back cuz sometimes I know Mr. Lola stays up until like 1 a.m. So like 1 or 2 a.m. So sometimes he's awake, sometimes he's not. But it just depends. So, yeah. So we're gonna go raid a new friend. Well, they've been my friend for a while, but um they've been my friend for a few years, but they just recently started their streaming journey. So, we're gonna go show some love. Um, and yeah. Also here are my social guys. If you guys want to follow me on my socials, I'm on Blue Sky, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok. I'm also on Threads as well, but I didn't add it in there because it's basically Instagram. It's basically like Instagram's version of like Twitter slash Tumblr. Um, and so yeah, I'm on there, but like I'm not so active on there. I just have an account just because. But yeah. So and then I also have a VODs channel for YouTube. So I usually try to upload my VODs onto my VODs channel. Um and yeah. Um and then also here's the Discord, guys. If you guys want to join it, it when you do join it, you have to like just answer a couple questions. It's just to like avoid the it's just to avoid the like those stupid GFX bots, like that, like try to like promote their like AI generated artwork that's not even theirs, and they say that, oh, like I'm selling my artwork, and it's not even theirs. So it's just to help prevent that from happening, and it's also safety reasons for me to not get potential. Because okay, y'all want some tea? I actually I had some people that I knew in the past that try to dox me and whatever. And so it's just for extra safety precautions for that as well. And I've actually had them try to join this Discord. This is the second Discord that I've actually made. And um it's it's annoying. Um it's annoying. So I added it for safety reasons. Um I did it for safety reasons. Um, so if you guys do join, just know that's just for that reason. Um, oh, you did it plural, Raven. Um, yeah. Also, I do want that Pokemon though. Let's see. Uh, PC, PCG. But yeah, I did add the little Pokemon picture at the top. Oops. Ultra Ball. Oh, you had to put the ball first, Raven. So put the ball and then the quantity. So it's Pokeshop. Yeah, yeah, there you go. See? But yeah, like I said, we're gonna go raid my friend. Um, here are the raid messages, by the way. If you guys are not subscribed, copy and pay. It's okay. It's okay, Raven. Also, PCG is homophobic as fuck. Didn't let me catch that Pokemon. But if you guys are not subbed, copy and paste the very first raid message. And then if you are subbed, copy and paste the other two messages with my emotes. I'm just hoping that they don't end. I'm just hoping that they don't end. Hold on. Okay, I don't think that they're ending. So we're gonna go raid them, guys. We're gonna surprise them. Um, but yeah, we're gonna go raid them, guys. Um, And I will see you guys tomorrow. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Also, thank you, Rosa and Learn again for the raids. And I will see you guys tomorrow, okay? Bye. Yes, and another Nyx, yes. But bye. I'll see you guys tomorrow.